Dear delegates, dear delegates, some attention please, dear delegates.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Anisimova, and I have the pleasure of moderating today's discussion on a very special topic, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in Action, Youth Engagement in Development and International Dialogue. Today, we'll explore how youth can move from being just participants to real stakeholders in diplomacy, in dialogue, in development and global cooperation, and how institutions can support the shift in practice, not just in policies. Let me briefly explain the format of today's session. I have some questions for our speakers, and every speaker will have up to 3 minutes to answer. After that, we will open the session for question and answer from our audience, and we will finish with short closing remarks from our speakers at the end. So let us begin. It is my honor to introduce His Excellency Professor Peter Ngure, Ambassador of Kenya and Permanent Delegate to UNESCO. Your Excellency, thank you for joining us today. We also are honored to welcome His Excellency Dr. Asad Turki Suari, Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Iraq to UNESCO. Please note that the speech will be delivered in Arabic language with interpretation support in English. I'm pleased to welcome Ms. Diane Remy, Consultant at the YAS Section, UNESCO YAS Program. And our next speaker is Ms. Crystal Kim, Director of Research and Innovation and Migration YAS and Children Platform and United Nations Major Group for Children and YAS Migration. Thank you for coming. And finally, I'm happy to introduce Ms. Yasmine Saada, Project Lead at Expression de France. Ms. Yasmine, thank you for coming. I believe we can start. So my first question will be addressed to the ambassador. From Kenya's experience, how can YAS engagement be more effectively institutionalized with national CDG implementation frameworks rather than remaining just project-based?
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Peter. I come from Kenya. And just to make a statement about Kenya, when you think about Kenya, you're thinking of a country with 53 million people, and 80%, 4 out of every 5 are aged 35 and below. So we are predominantly a very young population, and the average age of Kenyans is very close to that of Africa, that is 20 years. With that kind of a population, it's prudent for us to really rethink our development frameworks so that they can be customized to meet the desperate needs of the youth. We cannot compare with, say, Germany, whose average is 45, and Honduras, whose average is 28. Until recently, engagement with youth have been kind of ad hoc, donor-driven, and mostly event-based rather than treating youths as co-owners and key players and drivers of change. I have some few ideas to share on how we can bring youth to the center of it. And as I say this, last year I promised that this year one of the assignments that we'll undertake through my permanent delegation is to take a draft resolution to UNESCO's executive board And some of the points that I'll be raising here will be in that draft resolution, because I strongly feel, and probably I'll be speaking a little bit later about how UNESCO can do this, I strongly feel that youth are still put on the periphery. There's more talk than action. But in terms of action, if you're thinking about Kenya, we need to institutionalize youth engagement in our constitution, in our national and county SDG units, in the interministerial committees, and we also need to bring them at the center of stakeholder forums. While we bring them there, they should not just come to learn, they should come to set agendas, they should come to implement, they should come to monitor progress, they should come to demand and ensure accountability and reporting. We also need to establish dedicated budget lines for youth SDG initiatives. And we have to do this, we have to involve them actively in medium-term plans. Kenya operates on medium-term plans. We have a Kenya Vision 2030, which is our blueprint for development. And at the county level, district level, we have county integrated development plans. And if you study most of them, the youths are mentioned in passing. Beyond that, for policies that we are developing, there are those policies that we have that do not speak about the centrality of youth. So we have to look beyond waste recycling and renewable energy, and now center more on emerging technologies like quantum technologies, artificial intelligence, and to bring it home, we need to bring at the center creative arts, music, fashion, graffiti, storytelling, etc. Those soft skills that can be able to build our youths. We also need to take Kenya to the global platforms. We should not wait until you apply for a job to UNESCO. I am a proponent, a very strong proponent of every delegation, we have about 194 here at UNESCO, to have at least 1 or 2 interns in every time that we look at them, and the Secretariat also to open up these internship opportunities. And it should not just be internship opportunity, because we'll be seeking to develop and initiate and drive a generational shift through leadership, controlling ideas, funding, accountability, among others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. That's true that young engagement is a key driver to these goals, especially in development, dialogue, and innovation, and especially taking into account that population of Kenya is very young. Thank you so much. So I would like to direct a question to His Excellency, Dr. Swari. And from your point of view in post-conflict and recovery context, how can youth contribute to advancing the CGH, and while also strengthening social cohesion and dialogue?
Good morning. It's an honor to be here, and I will talk by my beloved great language, because I think it's more able to translate my thoughts. So, في قمة السلام أحييكم بتحية الإسلام. السلام عليكم، طبتم وطاب صباحكم.
In the peace of Nord, I salute you with the good morning and the peace of my son.
يرى ويؤكد الفيلسوف اليوناني الشهير أفلاطون
Confirms and states the famous Greek philosopher Aflaton
بأن الإنسان مدني بطبعه،
that the human is civic by nature,
فهو يأنس بأخيه الإنسان،
that he confers to his brother human.
وعند اجتماع المجتمع الإنساني
And then when he gathers with his community,
تنشأ الخلافات والنزاعات بسبب اختلاف الميول والرغبات وتنازع الملكية الخاصة.
conflicts and disruptions arise because of personal interests and consult.
تنشأ الخلافات بسبب النزاعات فيما يتعلق بالملكية الخاصة، وهذا ما أكده الفيلسوف الألماني كارل ماركس.
That conflicts arise because of the mutual interests and the conflictual interests, and that's what has been confirmed by Karl Marx.
من هنا نشأت الحاجة إلى وجود من يحقق السلام.
Which initiated the need to have the peace and have it built in for the peace.
وتمثل هذا الكيان بالسلطة الحاكمة.
And this has been diced with the the government,
Ruled.
the ruled government.
Control ruled.
Thank you,
Okay. So ولذلك فإن هذه السلطة الحاكمة إذا لم تكن ناشئة عن الإرادة الواقعية وممثلة لإرادة الإرادة الشعبية العامة للجماهير،
And if this ruling governance is not representing the mutual interest of the population,
ستعمل هذه السلطة على تقسيم المجتمع الإنساني إلى كانتونات.
it will induce to separate and divide the community too,
على أسس عرقية وقومية ودينية وطائفية.
based on religious, race, and static different communities.
لكي يضمن هذا النظام السياسي الحاكم بقائه في السلطة.
So that ensures that this political regime would stay as a power governance.
فيتمترس ويتخندق تارة بإحدى هذه الكانتونات.
Can you repeat again, sorry?
فيتمترس أو يتخندق تارة بإحدى هذه المكونات وتارة أخرى بمكونات أخرى ليجعل المجتمع ينقسم ويتنازع فيما بينه.
So it would represent different interests, different communities, so it would not be the best interests of communities.
ولذلك فإن من أهم مقومات تحقيق السلام على المستوى المحلي.
Can you repeat again, sorry?
The most important من أهم مقومات تحقيق السلام على المستوى المحلي هي المقومات الآتية.
And one of the basics to introduce the peace on the community is one of the important
The following.
components. Okay.
The first one واحد، أولاً وجود عدالة اجتماعية.
The first one is the presence of common justice.
Social justice. ثانياً تكافؤ الفرص.
Secondary is the presence of overall chances for everyone.
ثالثاً التنمية الاقتصادية.
And economy
Development. رابعاً التعليم المعاصر.
Modern education.
لكي يرتقي المجتمع بوعيه فلا تنطلي عليه ما تحوكه السلطات الحاكمة.
So that it enhances and improves the overall knowledge so that no power oversights or biases its own judgment.
نقطة أخرى هي احترام حقوق الإنسان.
Respect of human rights.
النقطة الأخرى هو التداول السلمي للسلطة.
And the peace exchange power.
وأخيراً العلاقات الدولية المتوازنة.
And international relations, balanced international relations.
ونقطة أخرى هو الدبلوماسية متعددة الأطراف.
And the second point is the diversified diplomatic system.
قادرة على نزع فتيل الأزمات قبل تطور الأحداث والصراعات.
Able to enabling the non-conflictual, the conflict, sorry,
before
before.
before the conflicts. ونقطة أخرى على المستوى المحلي هي وجود نظم ديمقراطية حقيقية.
And the presence of real democratic
real democratic
real democratic
regimes.
regimes,
وليست نظم ديمقراطية هجينة.
and not hybrid democratic regimes.
لأن النظم الديمقراطية الهجينة التي هي ليست بنظام ديمقراطي حقيقي وليست في الوقت ذاته بنظام ديكتاتوري.
Because the hybrid democratic regimes are not real democratic institutions, but also not, they are actually not the dictatorships.
لأن هذا النظام الديمقراطي الهجين يكون أخطر على المجتمع من الديكتاتورية.
Because this type of regime, non-democratic, is going to be hard and actually difficult on the communities.
لأنه في النظم الديكتاتورية تأمل المجتمعات يوما ما أن تثور فتغير النظام الديكتاتوري الحاكم وتحوله إلى نظام ديمقراطي.
Because in dictatorships, regimes, the communities, the population would aspire in order to revolutionize and ask for different regimes.
ولكن أي محاولة لتغيير النظام الديمقراطي الهجين سيقود إلى حرب أهلية.
But in case of the rising of the conflict, that would lead to a war.
مقوم آخر لصنع السلام الداخلي هو نظم انتخابية عادلة ومراقبة من جهات قضائية مستقلة.
Can you repeat again, sorry?
المقوم الآخر هو وجود نظام انتخابي عادل.
And other parameter would be the presence of an electoral program, justice electoral program.
رجيم
regime,
سيستم تشرف عليه جهة قضائية مستقلة.
that is presided by a independent unit.
وتكون هذه النظم بنسبة مشاركة شعبية عالية.
That would take a high presence, represented by a high presence.
لأن ما يجري اليوم في العالم الديمقراطي
Because what's happening currently in the democratic world
لا يمثل مطلقا حكم الأغلبية.
does not represent the majority of the world.
فبنظرة خاطفة أن نسبة المشاركة في أي نظام ديمقراطي معاصر هي تحت 50%، نسبة 50%.
The representation of this community as under 50%.
وهذه ال 50% عندما نقتسمها إلى النصف بعد الفوز سيكون هنالك نصف ال 50% زائد 1، بمعنى من سيصل إلى قبة البرلمان هو نسبة 26%.
And 50% of that 50% is actually, well, the 26% is going to be up to the
ومن سيصوغ القرارات التشريعية داخل البرلمان هي نصف زائد 1 لهذه 26%.
And the one that stays the rules and the decisions in the parliament is going to be 50% of that 26%.
وبالتالي فإن من يحكم حقيقة هو لا يتجاوز 10% من إرادة العامة للمجتمع.
So the overall ruling power does not go beyond 10% of this community.
لذلك ترون حتى في النظم الديمقراطية هنالك احتجاجات شعبية وعدم استقرار وعدم تحقيق للسلام المحلي.
And this is why you see that, sorry, can you go again?
لذلك نجد في النظم الديمقراطية وجود احتجاجات.
And this is why we see in the democratic systems still the presence of revolutions and actions.
لأن من فاز لا يعبر حقيقة عن إرادة الجماهير.
Because the one that won does not represent in reality the will of.
ولذلك نحتاج مكافحة الفقر أيضا.
So this is why we need to fight for poverty.
لأنه يقول أمير البيان والكلمة وينبوع الحكمة علي ابن أبي طالب عليه السلام.
So Ali ibn Abi Talib.
Yeah, Prince of Eloquence.
Yes, Prince of Eloquence.
يقول أنه كيف لا يخرج شاهرا سيفه من لا يجد قوت عياله.
How does the poacher does not take his sword out without?
Yeah, to fight if he didn't find food of his family. So ولذلك نحتاج إلى قضاء عادل نزيه أيضا.
So we need public justice.
ومؤسسات تنشئة الاجتماعية.
And institutions that build
مؤسسات التنشئة الاجتماعية
civic institutions.
social development foundations. أولا مثلا for example النظام التعليمي،
Education system,
المؤسسات الإعلامية
journals,
media
institutions,
media institutions، وأيضا النظام الحزبي ومؤسسات المجتمع المدني
and civic institutions,
لأنها تعزز قيم التسامح والتعايش السلمي في المجتمع.
because it does implement the peaceful and justice deployment.
وعندنا في العراق كمثال
In Iraq,
كان لدور المرجعية الدينية العليا في النجف الأشرف
can we go with this in English, please?
the upper supreme of religious
Okay.
الدور الأكبر
The bigger role
to keep the peace of community. وأخيرا مقومات السلام العالمي وهي في العصر الحديث
and finally the peace institutions, world peace institutions.
global peace
Mhm.
هي المنظمات الأممية العريقة التي نشأت بعد الحرب العالمية الثانية
Are the ones that were built and created after the World War
لتنظيم العلاقات الدولية،
to organize international relations.
مثلا
affairs.
تنظيم الملاحة الدولية ولمرور مصادر ومنابع الطاقة.
For the example of the last one.
لمرور الملاحة الدولية، لتنظيم مرور الملاحة الدولية، الملاحة البحرية، لتنظيم مرور الطاقة، ولمعالجة أزمة التغير المناخي.
And for the climate institution organ.
لأن أزمة التغير المناخي تؤدي إلى الهجرة الجماعية
Because climate crises are inducing to
وإلى أزمات غذائية،
and food crises,
وهذا يؤدي إلى نزاعات حول موارد الطبيعة.
and this induces conflicts about the natural
وهذه
resources.
المنظمات الأممية أيضا مسؤولة عن تنظيم الدول الاتفاقات الدولية بين الدول المتشاطئة التي وهذه المنظمات الدولية
And these institutions
مسؤولة عن
are responsible of
تنظيم الاتفاقات الدولية حول المياه
organizing international affairs around the waters
بين الدول المتشاطئة
between the border countries
وأيضا دول الممر والمنبع للأنهار.
and the canal countries.
أختم بما قاله السيد المسيح:
And I close with why it said the Jesus Christ,
عيسى روح الله,
Jesus the
Spirit of God, Jesus Spirit of God. طوبى لصانعي السلام, طوبى لصانعي السلام. Congratulate
to
for the
peacemakers.
طوبى لصانعي السلام
Peace to make to peacemakers.
فإنهم يدعون,
So that
they called the Ansarullah, the flowers of God.
Thank you so much.
إنجيل متى.
Bible
متى.
mission.
Thank you indeed.
Thank you, Ambassador, for this powerful, inspirational speech, and which is also very interesting, especially in post-conflict and recovery context. Thank you. And turning now to Ms. Diane Remy. Ms. Remy, how is UNESCO working to move YOS participation from consultation to genuine co-creation in CDG-related programs and policies? Thank you.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for your question. So firstly, UNESCO recognizes the importance of listening to the voices of young people, but not only listening to those voices, but also considering them as partners. We really recognize the potential, and that is why UNESCO is promoting meaningful youth engagement. So it means that we are considering young people as partners, not only during the consultation phase, but also throughout the program. So from consultation, but also through contribution, partnership, and also going to youth leadership. So to do so, there are several means, and UNESCO is building institutional capacities with tools and trainings. Since 2016, our staff has been trained for that. We have developed a toolbox for youth policy and programming. It means also that this toolbox can be used by also different UN agencies. And we are also working with national governments and local authorities in order to help them shape their policies for programming and policies with young people. I'm going to take also some examples to be a bit more concrete about how we can go from consultation to really meaningful participation of young people for policies and programming. For instance, one example that can be very relevant is that voices of young people are really being recognized at the top level management of the organization, because at the very beginning of the new DG mandate, he met with young people to discuss about our programs and policies, and really wants to hear these voices to shape our programs and actions. I also have another example, which is the UNESCO Youth Forum. So we have this forum every 2 years with young people all over the world. And we are really preparing this recommendation for the member states with young people so that they can think about the subject. For instance, this year it was about climate action. And we could build together with member states, young people, and UNESCO staff this recommendation that were presented during the General Conference, which is the highest decision-making body of UNESCO. So the inputs of young people are not only being heard, but really being translated into concrete recommendations. We are working with them to do a follow-up actions in their countries, but also inside UNESCO programmatic strategies. And then finally, another way to really integrate young people is also to support them to be the leader of change. For instance, by supporting youth networks. So at UNESCO, we have several networks. For instance, we have YouCan, which is the Youth Climate Action Network. So with young people, it's a community of more than 10 million youth, which is actually a lot. And we are working together with them, but they're really shaping all their action. And through this platform, they can have opportunities to create new projects, to apply to fundings, but also to disseminate knowledge, which is very important. So they can also own this knowledge and then disseminate them. And we also have capacity building programs. And finally, that can lead also to youth policy making, because we really want, with these networks, to have these young people participate to high-level dialogues and have their voices represented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane, for UNESCO perception, and especially thank you for real examples of projects. And of course, it's overwhelming numbers, 10 million young people. Sounds like a big power to create nice future actions. So my next question would be for Ms. Crystal Kim. Ms. Kim, I would like to ask you, migration cuts across multiple CDGs. How can YAS-led research and advocacy shape more humane and evidence-based migration policies?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So at MYCP, we believe that migration governance is most effective when it is grounded in evidence, human rights, and the lived realities of affected communities. Youth-led research and advocacy contribute precisely at this intersection by translating everyday experiences of migration into policy-relevant analyses that support dignity, inclusion, and social cohesion. MYCP is a self-organized, youth-led network of young migrants engaging with UN migration governance processes to advance migration justice. Its work focuses on ensuring that young migrants' perspectives are consolidated articulated and reflected in policy discussions shaping migration outcomes at global, regional, and national levels. One of the ways this approach is operationalized is through sustained engagement in the International Migration Review Forum, IMRF, the UN-led process reviewing the implementation of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, also called GCM. MYCP serves as the youth constituency for the GCM, and this approach is grounded in inclusivity, unity, and action. Building on this, MYCP's engagement seeks to move beyond one-off or symbolic moments of participation towards more consistent and predictable youth pathways for youth-informed policy inputs. This reflects a shared recognition that youth engagement in migration governance remains uneven and insufficiently institutionalized, in particular beyond high visibility events, and that we need stronger continuity and cross-generational partnerships across policy cycles. To support the shift, specifically, MYCP encourages its advocacy in youth-led research that consolidates experiences from across regions and contexts. In the lead up to the 2026 IMRF, this work has drawn on youth consultation, coordinated and conducted across regions between 2024 and 2025, with over 800 young migrants worldwide, as well as the 2025 Global Youth Report on the State of Migration. Together, these highlighted recurring concerns around access to education, labor exploitation and trafficking, immigration detention, and access to healthcare. Alongside this, MYCP has been producing policy toolkits and convening capacity building workshops with grassroots communities, UN representatives, and member states. Our findings are framed through the SDGs as a cross-cutting lens, reflecting the reality that migration does not sit neatly in a single policy area. The SDGs connect migration justice to labor rights, SDG 8, gender equality, SDG 5, climate-related mobility, SDG 13, and access to health and education, SDGs 3 and 4, including protection concerns such as exploitation and human trafficking. Read together, the SDGs support a human rights-based and intersectional approach to migration governance, one that recognizes how mobility, inequality, and protection risk are lived simultaneously and therefore must be addressed together. In conclusion, youth-led research and advocacy strengthen migration policy by making human rights protection gaps visible, improving the quality of policy dialogue, and grounding global commitments in lived realities. It also points to the need for deeper and more consistent partnerships and for the political will required to move beyond commitments on paper towards decisions that uphold protection, dignity, and responsibility for people on the move, recognizing the lived experience, trust, and proximity that young people bring to the table, and which often institutions cannot fully replicate alone. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing those insights, especially interesting taking into account very valuable contribution of your organization of United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth Migration. Thank you. And one more question for Ms. Yasmin Saada. Could you please share your perspective on how can civil society organization bridge the gap between youth activism and international dialogue to ensure CDGs are implemented locally?
So yeah, of course, young people are already very active on the local level. They act in universities, in sports, in culture, and their communities. And this summit is a very good example. It's a peace conference organized by young people for young people. But to have more impact, we need the support of the institutions. And this is where civil society helped us. First, they helped to structure the young initiatives. Organizations have a legal statutes. They are organized, they have accountability, and this makes it easier to work with institutions and to make support and to have funding. Second, they help translate ideas to institutional language. Young people have often great ideas, but if these ideas are not explained in a professional and clear way, institutions may not take them seriously. And third, they connect young people with decision makers. Networking is, I think, the key to develop a great ideas and to develop a great project. So yeah, through their networks, organizations open doors and help youth voices reach international spaces. And in this way, civil society helps local youth action grow and have real impact. Thank you.
I would agree, Ms. Saada, that today's event is an amazing example of youth activism and international dialogue. That's true. And one more question, Your Excellency, my question to you now. What role can UNESCO and permanent delegation play in ensuring youth voices meaningfully inform international development and cultural dialogue?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Allow me to start with a very short story. I will not take more than 3 minutes, don't be worried. There was this CEO of a company that used to dedicate one day every year, and they would use a computer to shuffle the names of all employees and redeploy them just for the day. And one muddy morning, the reshuffle happened and the CEO was deployed to clean the pavements. And while he was cleaning the pavements, a set of nurses that was in a hospital passed by. And he paused a bit, stood up and greeted them, "Good morning, madams." And they stopped, held their hands akimbo and looked at him, sneered and walked away, not knowing this was the global CEO. When he went back home, he told the story to his wife, and his wife laughed at him and told him, "That's exactly what you do to us." What am I saying? UNESCO is doing very well, relatively, in matters to do with youth, because youth is considered as one of the global priorities. But there are still very many gaps and room for improvement. And I believe, having been a Deputy Vice Chancellor before I came into diplomacy, and I worked very closely with the youth, so I really, really love working with the youths, that the best strategy for working with the youths is by doing things with them rather than telling them to do different things. So simple ideas, for example, UNESCO and her field offices should open the gates to the youth. Sometimes I feel that our own youth struggle to access our facilities. If you're walking out of this building, you'll find a library to your left. That library on an average day is empty. But I think it's empty because the youth have not been allowed to come and read and enjoy it. So before we think of very high-level international ideas, let's start with the low-hanging fruits. But as we do that, let's also not forget to get into the inner circles of this great institution called UNESCO. Let me pick an example of an instrument that is commonly used in the transactions of the World Heritage Committee, the operational guidelines. This is a 234-page document. I would want to challenge my colleague Fedi after this to go and do a word search and see how many times the word youth features. We'll be very lucky if we find it more than 30 times. And yet the word UNESCO, the word Director General, the word communities keep popping up. But yet in boardrooms like this and in conventions and summits, we keep saying we need to bring youth to the center of our conversations. What am I suggesting? I'm suggesting that it's a high time for us to revise our global conventions, revise our global guidelines, revise our protocols, revise our procurement methods so that the youth can have their stake. Youth should be involved in running UNESCO. They should not be visiting UNESCO. Here I'm emphasizing I'm emphasizing the principle of co-governance, creating, thinking, designing, collaborating, implementing, evaluating, measuring impact, the whole spectrum of it. Of course, if you're to think of the number of years that will be around, when I look at myself, this year I turn 60, probably I have 10 more years and I'll be completely out of the job market. And some of you are in their first year of work. So who should be given more opportunity, me or you? We need to embed UNESCO into UNESCO systems. UNESCO has a whole raft of consultancies, which I see. Again, let me speak, zeroing on heritage matters. We have many dossiers being produced. We have state of conservation reports being reviewed. And whenever we go to a World Heritage Committee, I always hear the World Heritage Center complaining that they do not have enough manpower to review documents. And yet the people seated in front of me are lawyers, they are teachers, they are philosophers. With just a little orientation and induction, they should be able to do it. So we should safeguard, just learn from Kenya. For example, in Kenya, when you think about procurement, 30% of tenders are ring-fenced for women, the disabled, and the youth. So what if we ring-fenced consultancies, we ring-fenced jobs, we ring-fenced internships? What if we made sure that youth drive what we call the flagship programs, rather than being invited to participate in them when they are fully formed? There could be more ideas, but again, I'm a proponent of not just bringing and inviting the youth, but preparing them also. Let's think about our education system. My son is studying medicine, he's in 5th year, and I was asking him, you have 1 more year to become a medical doctor. Have you been taught leadership? Have you been taught governance? And he said, that is not in our curriculum. A 6-year curriculum has no single lecture on governance and leadership. And this is supposed to be a medical leader. And I told him, okay, go to Coursera, the MOOCs, and do a course or 2 on governance. One day he surprised me. He had created a new hospital from scratch, governance structures, just by learning from this open source. I would also want to say that UNESCO has worked very hard to make information available. If you go to the UNESCO website, you'll find many webcasts, you'll find many forums for you to join. We don't ask for passwords. All we ask is for simple registration. So when we have UNESCO events, when you want to get information from UNESCO, the first stop for you will be the UNESCO website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I assume that a lot of young people would like your suggestion to revise some policies and protocols to run UNESCO and at least to visit this amazing library in the building. Thank you so much. And my next question, turning to Ms. Diane Remy. What gaps still exist in global youth engagement, and how can international institutions better support inclusive and diverse youth leadership?
Thank you very much for your question. Very interesting. And that's true that a lot of progress is actually being made, but still there are a lot of gaps for meaningful youth participation. And there are several gaps that we can identify. For instance, that actually for the moment, representation often remains uneven, meaning that we always have the same kind of profiles, urban people, very internationally mobile, people who speak English, who are very well connected. And we have this gap of missing some young people actually that cannot be connected or cannot join international events. And that's why it's very important for international institutions to be sure that we can reach everyone, every young people from different backgrounds, and to well integrate them in the networks by finding means to fund them, to invite them, and to have the right language. There is also another gap, which is that often we have these tokenistic approaches, meaning that young people are invited to events, they can speak, but that's only limited to specific moments. And they can't have a long-term influence. That is very important also for international organizations to think about the follow-up actions, to think about meaningfully engage them and to build roadmaps with them to have concrete actions at the local level or international level. So really this mean of putting the means of having this follow-up and speak with them after the event, not only speaking during the events, but also afterwards. There is also another gap that we can identify is the institutional obstacles. And we were talking about that just before, but that's true that sometimes youth engagement is not really embedded in the structural functioning of organizations. So it's not, we don't have sometimes clear tools. So it's very important to develop this toolbox and to actually teach the international organizations or governments how to use these tools and how to meaningfully engage young people to build programs and shape policies together. It's also important to build clear pathways for youth engagement. To go from consultation to concrete decision-making and influence inside decision-making bodies. And for that, tools are necessary. And then the last gap that we can identify, I'm sure there is other gaps, of course, but the one gap we can also identify today is the problem of accessing the resources. Because often there is limited access to funding, mentorship, and also institutional support. And that is why international institutions can think about compensations for participating to events, because sometimes it's complicated to get visas, but also to, I mean, sometimes take plane tickets or things like that. So giving the means to participate to the events is very important. And also another way for international organizations to give the means to young people is also to give, for example, grants. So that's something that we are doing at UNESCO, a program which is called Global Youth Grant Scheme. So we are supporting young people to really create their projects. So it's not only discussions and conversations, but they can really have an impact with their projects, and also have mentors to also build the capacities for future projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, I tend to agree that it's very important to continue dialogue after events. And of course, I hope that today we will continue this dialogue even beyond today through action, collaboration, and shared responsibility, of course. And in the interest of time, I would like to suggest you to have some time for questions and answers session. So if you have any question, please raise your hand, briefly introduce yourself, and keep your question very concise. Thank you so much. Please.
Hello, my name is Abdurrahman. I am from Kazakhstan. I have a question for Professor Peter Njur. As you told that people in Kenya, more than 80% of them, they're under the 35 of age, and with nearly 80 of Kenya's population under the age of 35, what do you see as the biggest opportunity and the biggest challenge for the country's future, for the Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. Yes, Kenya is a pretty young population, and you've asked a very pertinent question. What do I see as the biggest opportunity and, on the other hand, the biggest challenge? One of the clear advantages that my beloved country has is the appetite for tech. We are actually the Silicon Savannah. The people, anybody from Kenya, be sure, is very good with computers and is not just carrying it around to show off, but makes sure that they use it. There are many, many thousands of young people who are now making a living just by tapping into social media, developing applications in the art, in music, in fashion, and that is very, very encouraging. I've encountered people that I taught not too long ago. They now have more than 3 jobs, international jobs. Some young people these days in Kenya don't sleep. In the morning, they are working for Microsoft. In the evening, they are working for Apple. And probably at midnight, they are working for one more company. And you'll see them driving the best vehicles, living in the best neighborhoods, and you can think they're just bragging. You should not underestimate them. They know what they're doing. They are doing it at the best level possible. So tech is a very, very promising arena for Kenya. Apart from that, youth are actively involved in climate mitigation. And they're not just doing the old things we used to do, planting trees, maintaining nurseries, etc. They are doing revolutionary projects. I would invite you to go to the Old Man Called Google and see how much young Kenyans are doing in the arena of renewable energy, new technologies, among others. So tech, among others. Challenge, funding. Listening to the speakers this morning and afternoon, if I was younger, I would ask the question. Today, I'm more of a politician than a diplomat. How come when the adults are looking for money, there is funding? But when it is a youth asking for it, it's not there. Probably we need to answer that question a little more boldly. Why don't we share the air tickets rather than have 99 60-year-olds like me in a meeting talking about what they have talked about for the last 40 years and has changed nothing, rather than bring 20 young people of different ages with better ideas and to whom the future really belongs. So we need, when we mention funding, let's be cautious to know that if there was better sharing, there will be enough for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question, please.
Hello, my name is Mariana Alvarez. I'm from Costa Rica, and I have a question for both of your excellencies, the delegates to UNESCO. What is a piece of advice for a youth person that wants to work with multilateralism or with cooperation? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. When I was posted here 2 years ago, the first place I went is to the ADG in charge of administration. And my question was, how many Kenyans work here? And the number was about 12. 12 out of 2,500. Somebody may say it doesn't look very nice, but it's not as bad if you compare it with other nations. And I asked the other pertinent question, what is the main weakness that Kenyans have when they are looking for jobs in this multilateral organization? And the answer was fast and furious. Kenyans speak and write very well in English, but most of them cannot construct a sentence in French or any other UN language. Lack of a second and third UN language is one of the worst impediments for Kenyans and globally for other members of this globe to work in the multilateral space. The multilateral space, without dominating also, I've realized, requires a transdisciplinarity. You cannot just be an engineer and come here and insist that everything must be done the engineering way. So you should learn anthropology, learn sociology. Of late, I've been wishing if I was younger, one of the things I would do, there are 2 things I would go back to school to do. Probably the second one, I'll be able to learn law. The whole world is actually run by law. And secondly, learn to negotiate. I pause there.
Thank you. من المهام الرئيسة التي تقع على عاتق
Out of the important tasks that rely on the multilateral organizations like UNESCO
هو تعزيز وهيمنة القانون الدولي
is reinforcing the international law
لينظم العلاقات الدولية
to
بين الدول.
organize international affairs.
وكلما تراجع دور هذه المنظمات الأممية
And the more that this role is recessing,
ضعفت إمكانية تحقيق السلام.
the possibility to implement peace actually reduces.
ستتقدم وستسود حياة الغاب في المجتمع الدولي.
This will progress and implement the
life of animals.
animals.
Yeah. مهام أخرى على عاتق المنظمات الأممية
One of the important tasks also of the UN
هو ردم الفجوة بين المجتمعات النامية والمجتمعات المتقدمة
is to reduce the gap between developed countries and underdeveloped countries.
لمشاركة أحدث تقنيات التعليم.
To share the modern tools, technological tools.
وبذلك يمكن تحقيق المواطنة العالمية.
And by that we can implement the
world citizenship. ولذلك يمكن أن يسود السلام.
And for that to be serene.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And thank you for engaging discussion. I'd now like to invite each speaker to share one short closing reflection, no more, just 1 minute. Maybe Ms. Kim, you would like to start?
So first, I would like to start by thanking the organizers for the opportunity and for the perspectives shared throughout this panel. And to conclude, I would like to note that this summit is an important moment of convergence, but its value will ultimately be measured by what follows. When young people are omitted from policy and diplomatic processes, the consequences are tangible, affecting visibility, resources, and political prioritization. Our participation is integral to the credibility and implementation of the SDGs, and that inclusion should be promoted at all levels. So this is really just an invitation for partners across generations and institutions to work with young people towards more sustained collaborations and progress beyond siloed youth-only spaces. So I look ahead with a sense of shared responsibility and optimism, and I look forward to continuing working together. Thank you.
Ms. Rumi, could you please share with us your thoughts?
Of course. Thank you very much. So during this panel today, I'm very happy that I could participate. We could see that in very different contexts, we need to have youth engagement as part of the system, something which is institutionalized, not only for a project, but really embedded inside the organizations and governments and local authorities. We can also see, and really here is the proof, that young people are already leading solutions, that they are already active, and the role of institutions is not to activate this group, not to activate young people, but really to create spaces and support young people for youth leadership, to be able to influence policies and practices, and to really be inside also these governing bodies. Another clear message that we could hear today and that we need to keep in mind is that inclusion and diversity is really key. Young people are not only one group, it's a very diverse group. And by missing some people, we risk missing some realities which are actually really important to shape the future. And I would say that one objective is very clear, is that we need to bring people together and being able to include everyone to be part of the discussion and shape the future. And then finally, what I want to say is really that youth is not optional for achieving SDGs. We need to hear their voices and to include them as partners, not only as participants to events, but really as partners working with them daily. And we need to do that now, not in the future. It's something that we need to achieve in the present, to shape better policies and programs. Thank you.
Ms. Sada, can they ask you to share your thoughts?
Yes, first of all, thank you very much to the team organization, because I know it was a very big deal to organize this event. And thank you all for coming today. We have like so many countries represented today to talk about peace and about youth. And I will have only one message. In reality, we will never be ready to do all what we want to do. So don't overthink and just do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dear Ambassador, I would like to have your speech. Just a closing remark, please.
يقع على عاتقكم أنتم الشباب اليوم
It falls under your responsibility as today's youth.
مهمة استراتيجية خطيرة
Strategic, dangerous task
لتحقيق السلام.
to achieve peace.
فبمختلف العصور التي مرت على البشرية
Among the past tenses of the humanity,
كان الشباب هم الداء والدواء.
youth or young people were the key,
لأن القوى الدولية والمحلية
because international and national powers
تستهدف طبقة الشباب
is targeting the youth
لتحقيق مصالحها الاستراتيجية
to deploy its own personal strategic
وضمان هيمنتها على الموارد الطبيعية
and ensure its own control of natural resources
وديمومة واستمرار حكمها.
and the continuity
السياسي.
of its governance.
لذلك أن الشباب إذا ما كان وعيهم السياسي متدني
That is why if youth do not have the political awareness,
سيكونون لقمة سائغة بيد الأعداء.
they will be the target of their enemies,
أعداء الإنسانية.
humanity enemies.
فالمهمة الرئيسية التي تقع على عاتقكم أنتم الشباب
So the main responsibility that falls under your scope
هو الإعداد الذاتي والارتقاء بوعيكم السياسي.
is your own preparation and
الارتقاء بالوعي السياسي political
and
consciousness.
political consciousness,
لأنه بذلك يصعب السيطرة عليكم.
and that's how you can recess the control that can have over you.
والأمر الآخر الذي يجب أن تهتموا فيه
And also among your responsibilities that you should care for
هو أن تعززوا أواصر الوحدة الوطنية والإنسانية.
is that you should reinforce and strengthen the national identity.
نحن في العراق كانت هنالك في الموصل عاصمة الدولة ما يسمى بتنظيم داعش ISIS.
In Iraq, sorry, can you repeat?
موصل
Can you
was
repeat?
capital of ISIS there.
Was the capital of ISIS.
there. ولكن المجتمع العراقي الحضاري
But the current Iraqi community,
civilizational people
yeah,
بوصفه مهد الحضارات الإنسانية
is being described as the
cradle of civilizations. لم تنطلي عليه هذه الخدع.
they were not part of this schemes. They could not fall for these schemes.
فسرعان ما سيطر على الأعداء.
Can you repeat again, please? Just in Arabic.
He controlled about their enemy quickly. And اندفع شباب الجنوب العراقي إلى الشمال للدفاع عن مواطنيهم هناك.
So the youth of the south went up to the north in order to defend the other their brothers.
بالرغم من الاختلافات ما بينهم على المستوى القومي والديني والطائفي.
Despite the discrepancies in religious, race and
ولذلك تحقق الأمن والسلام سريعا في العراق.
And that's how peace was deployed faster. And
وقدم العراقيون أروع مصادق نماذج التعايش السلمي.
they've presented one of the most credible, powerful models of peace, peaceful living.
والتسامح.
coexistence, And
governance.
give,
ولذلك عاد الاستقرار والسلام إلى المجتمع العراقي.
and that's how peace came back to Iraq's.
وعلى الشباب أن يتطوروا اقتصاديا وفكريا لكي يكون هنالك العديد من الالتزامات التي ينشغلوا بها ولا يوجد لديهم فراغ.
And youth have to develop their own political, economical awareness so that they can.
فيستغله الأعداء للنفوذ من هذا الفراغ والتدني في الوعي السياسي.
And avoid to being exploited by the enemies.
كان من دواعي الفخر والسرور أن أكون بينكم.
It is my great pleasure to be among you.
وأنا حاضر باسمي وباسم وطن العراق شعبا وحكومة.
And I'm present here on the name of myself and that of Iraq community.
لتعزيز الأمن والسلام على المستوى الرسمي وعلى المستوى الشعبي.
To empower peace on the national and, sorry, the last one?
Popular and
international. And international level.
شكرا جزيلا لك.
Thank you. Maria? Maria? Can I have one word, please? Yeah. Yes. So I just want to present my apologies to my delegates and the honorable presidency for my less valuable to His Excellency's speech. I just want to say that it's a very beautiful speech with the original language, and I take the responsibility of redoing the speech on my own platform in order to deliver the right message. And I just want to thank the organization team for delivering this opportunity, because at the end, for me, peace was courage, and being here in order to present this speech was one element. So again, apologies, but thank you for the trust.
You're excellent. I kindly ask to have your reflection.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you, organizers. My single word to the youth is you are in charge of your future. So remain focused, be intentional, and work with a sense of urgency. Best wishes.
Thank you for your thoughtful questions and very rich discussion. Today's conversation clearly showed that youth engagement is not optional, it's essential for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And I would repeat, let's continue our dialogue beyond today through action, collaboration, and shared responsibility. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dear delegates, it's now time to go to the lunch. Please proceed to the 7th floor. Thank you.
Dear delegates, we have a lunch, so we kindly ask you to go to the 7th floor. Dear delegates, we kindly ask you for a lunch at the 7th floor in the interest of time. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. We will start just in 1 minute. Please take your seat. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back. My name is Maria Anisimova and I'll be facilitating the session of Delegate Social Project presentation. At this session, selected delegates will share their initiatives and contributions in the areas of peace building, humanitarian work, community development, and human rights. Each speaker will have up to 5 minutes, and I'll kindly help with timekeeping so we can hear from everyone. So let's begin. I want to introduce you our delegates. Aisia Liana from Singapore. Please take a seat at our presidium, and we will start. Next one is Henrique da Silva Anais from Brazil. Melissa Chilikaya from Turkey. Salam Danavi from Lebanon. Afidegnon Komlavi Wonjalda from Togo. Clara Valentai Tijenoa from Ghana. Ana Paula Lopez from Mexico. And Anna Kovalenko from Ukraine. Our first presenter is Aisia Liana from Singapore. Please join me in welcoming. Please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apa kabar? Como ça va? Before I begin, I would like to ask a very important question. Did you have a good lunch? Important question. Yes. Hope you are all enjoying your stay here in Paris. My name is Aisia Liana, and I am from Singapore. I am a co-founder of a youth writing collective called Meja Chunting. And today I am sharing my peace project, which is a zine called Olive, to show that even a small country like Singapore is in solidarity with the Palestinians. So, who are we? Meja Chunting is a group of students, young professionals, and emerging writers who write about issues that are important to young people, such as culture, injustice, and global crisis. But more importantly, we see ourselves as creative change makers who use the power of words to influence change. And one of the most influential works that we have done is our Olive zine. So, can I have a show of hands? How many of you know what a zine is? Okay, there are a few of you guys. Let me try again. How many of you don't know what a zine is? Right, so a zine comes from the word magazine, and it is a small self-made publication created by people whose voices or stories are often underrepresented in mainstream media. To give you some context of my country in Singapore, public protest is not the norm. You need a police permit to protest, and otherwise you will be investigated by the police. So in many ways, Singapore is a bit like Switzerland, where we are neutral. We try to remain neutral with different countries, but there is a saying that goes, if an elephant steps on a mouse and you claim that you are neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. So that is why I took the risk to start this small project to create a space for Singaporeans to show solidarity through art and poetry. And this Olive project quickly gained a lot of attention, and we raised funds by selling the zines, and all the profits went to Palestinian Scholarship Initiative. So this initiative is a scholarship that gives Palestinians free study at the top universities in Singapore. And I'm so happy that as of October 2025, the scholarship has raised over 510,000 Singapore dollars, which is which is equivalent to about 400,000 US dollars. And yeah, we are so happy that our project has contributed a small part to this scholarship. So, you know, when I first started this, I thought it would be a small project. I didn't know that it would receive so much attention, especially in my country, in Singapore. We received so many overwhelming entries to the point that we published two Olive zines. And as you can see here, we have themes from freedom, injustice, resistance, solidarity, and humanity. So what I've realized is that when the protest is regulated, creativity becomes a form of participation, and art can become a language for peace. So right now, I will just very briefly share just 3 works from the zine. So first of all, a fractured verse here is written by a writer who uses a pen name because they're scared of their job being jeopardized. So Olive has become a safe space for their work. Let me read a snippet of this poem. It's a little small, but you can just, hear. How dare I, living day to day, scrolling screens till morning when your life is torn apart and my words remain powerless to heal. So yes, that's a snippet of this poem. The second entry that I want to show is this Singaporean filmmaker called Ayu Rahman. She took photos of a pro-Palestine protest in Australia, and If you see on the next slide, she wrote a bit of a diary entry about witnessing solidarity in Australia. Yeah, so the third one and the final entry that I would like to show is my own poem. It's called Parachutes in the Sky. It is a poem that I wrote when the Singapore government announced that they will airdrop food to the Palestinians from the sky instead of confronting the issue, which is to stop the genocide. So I invite you to listen to my poem. Parachutes from the sky. What falls from the sky, do not mistake it for luck falling into one's lap. Imagine instead a grain of sugar dropped upon the cold, hard floor. You can't taste how sweet it is, but it is priceless to the hungry and scrambling in desperation. What fills the sky above? Parachutes loaded with food, labeled grandly as aid, swaying and dangling in the breeze, plummeting to earth in frantic bursts. And the children in that trapped land look up and wonder, is this a feast descending or the prelude to their death? Thank you. And before I end, I would like to invite you to collaborate with us. I know a lot of you here are working in peace building and social justice. So if you are interested to have your works published in Singapore and registered with the National Library of Singapore, please reach out to me. To the next. Our Instagram is @MajorChonteng. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn as well. My name is Aisha Liana. Please help us publish more underrepresented stories and voices. Together, let's turn creativity into a catalyst for peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing this project. And let's move to our next speaker, Enrique da Silva Anais from Brazil.
Good afternoon, my fellow delegates, colleagues, and participants of this Global Peace Summit. My name is Enrique Anais, and I'm really happy to share with you my journey in impact in youth empowerment and human rights. Firstly, there are some key informations about my personal, professional, and academic experiences, but I would like to focus on two of them. The first, as a director of human resources at my junior enterprise from my university. So, as director of human resources, regarding the UN Sustainable Development Goals 5 and 10, I was responsible for redesigning the whole equity and inclusion, diversity framework from my association. So I co-founding the Diversity and Inclusion Committee from my association, and I was responsible for making San Franjulio membership 77% composed of minority groups, and also creating 9 accessibility programs for event and immersions for underprivileged members. I also connect minority groups with big players and institutions of Brazilian legal market. And as a way of proving my efforts, I was one of the winners of the most recent meeting of junior enterprise in the state of São Paulo in Brazil, winning a case success story about diversity and inclusion. On the other hand, as coordinator of legal service in Promigra, that is a project for migrant rights in Brazil, focusing in the UN Sustainable Development Goal 16. I was responsible for connecting and managing the regularization and access to justice to more than 700 migrants in Brazil. Also, organizing large-scale social assistance and regularization programs in partnerships with NGOs, mainly the Red Cross in Brazil. Also, I participate actively in the Operação Horizonte. There is a program made by UN, ACR, and the Brazilian Federal Police to facilitate the access to justice to migrants. And also, I was one of the representatives of Promigra in the International Congress on Human Mobility in Santiago, Chile, at the topic of migration rights and regularization. And all of this was only possible because I had focus, I had no conformity, but above all, I had my friends, my dear colleagues, and I had the companionship to make this possible, because this is what makes our achieve peace, the companionship and the help of other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique, for inspirational presentation. And please welcome Melisa Çelikaya from Turkey.
Hello everyone. My name is Melisa Çelikaya. I am from Turkey. Today I introduce my project called Youth in Peace. And let's get started. Many conflicts in the world are solved only at the surface level, but under the surface there are fear, injustice, and human stories. Young people who grow up with conflict or displacement often face isolation, limited opportunities, and weak social connection. And when youth energy isn't guided in a positive way, it can be used by harmful groups. This creates long-term risks for peace. And okay, young people, young people aren't only the future; they are part of today's solutions. Youth can notice small but important details, think creatively, and learn fast. See problems from different perspectives. Their minds are fresh. They aren't limited by old patterns. This doesn't mean experiences isn't important. But when youth and experiences work together, solutions became stronger. Youth in Peace aims to develop youth perspectives, strengthen empathy and critical thinking, redirect youth energy toward peace and cooperation. Oh, thank you. The target group is young people aged 14 to 25. They can be high school or university students. Activities include workshops, group discussions, and cross-regional dialogue or something. This hybrid model makes the project inclusive and sustainable. I'm sorry. By involving young people, we can empower future generations, prevent cycles of conflict while inclusive of conflict, build inclusive and sustainable peace. Young people can see what is hidden beneath conflict. That's why Youth in Peace. Thank you for listening and believing youth.
Thank you so much, Melisa. And now I'd like to invite Salam Danavi from Lebanon to start.
Hello, everyone. My name is Salam Dannawi. I'm a social worker. My presentation is Language Shapes Peace, Background and Field Insight. This initiative is based on community observation and qualitative of everyday language used in public space, schools, media, and social media. This analysis focused on how language reflects and reinforce patterns of tension, blame, and exclusion within a society. A key finding, violent and harsh language is socially normalized. Um, there is limited awareness of verbal violence and its impact. Language play a direct role in shaping behavior and social tension. Um, Transform language into a tool for peace, promote responsibility in daily communication, focus on awareness, not therapy. Activity and deliverable. One, development of a peace language guide, community awareness campaign. Three, educational content for school and youth space. Four, partnership with media and educational institution. And SWOT. C, low-cost scalable model addresses peace at daily behavior level. Weaknesses, behavior change takes time. Impact is gradual. Um, Opportunities align with peace and human rights priorities, strong potential for education and media partnership. T, resistance to changing normalized language, culture and political sensitivity. Expected impact, reduced normalization of harmful language, improved community dialogue, long-term peace building contribution, and finally, sustainability and scalability, low cost and flexible implementation model adaptable to different culture contexts, potential for regional and global expansion. And thank you, Peace Summit.
Thank you very much, Salam. Our next presenter is Afidegnon Komlami Wajula from Togo.
Hello, everyone. I'm Afidegnon Komlami. I'm engineer in meteorology. And every day my job is to anticipate significant weather to protect aircraft, passengers, both in the air and the airport platform. And we believe this can be applied to protect communities. Please. Go ahead. Most of West African people will depend on agriculture, and climate variability can conduct to drought, floods, and crop losses. And when water becomes scarce, lands become no longer productive, is conduct to local tensions. But limited access to understand the climate information is the main problem. So climate insecurity, fuels social instability, and silent conflicts. We propose the initiative of Climate Intelligence for Peace that relies on three pillars. The first, early warning for all, is to translate forecasts into simple and local advice. It's already an approach of the World Meteorological Organization, but it's still a real challenge to implement in our countries. And the second pillar is climate education for youth engagement. So we talk to students in school and university, talk and explain science behind forecasts, and train young people as future climate peace leaders. And the third pillar is scientific and regional cooperation. We use analytical methodology as a bridge of trust and cross-border data sharing. Please. What we already do, we began at local stage. We vulgarize forecasts in our agency to air traffic controller and firefighters, and the impact is real. Adoption of solar energy in the company paperless practices that lead to better collaboration and reduce stress linking to climate related. Let's go. Okay, we talk to young people, youth and education outreach, regular session with high school students, and focus on scientific foundation of meteorology, inspire careers in science and services. Every March 33 is the World Meteorological Day. It's annual public gathering, climate change awareness and responsive action promoted. Okay, we're here to learn peace building tools and build partnership and transform local technical actions into structured peace initiative. And our next step is to equip rural communities with low-cost climate tools and integrate meteorology into conflict prevention programs. Final message, climate does not create conflict, lack of understanding do, and let us invest climate talent to disarm the conflict of tomorrow. Thank you, let's collaborate.
Thank you, Fidignon, for sharing. Our next presenter is Clara Valentine Tijeno from Ghana.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Clara from Ghana. I'm a development practitioner. I work for Comfort Ghana, head of programs, and I am a peace fellow, and I am also a positive peace activator trained by Rotary and Institute of Economics and Peace. I'll just skip that off a bit of me. Yeah, as I said, I'm Ghanaian, studied at the University of Ghana, work for Comfort Ghana. Yeah, next. So I've been schooled, let me put it this way, or trained in peace building projects. I'm a student of Makerere University in Uganda. And my peace building skills have empowered me to also build and empower youth in Ghana. So my projects are basically based on youth peace building and skills building. Next. So what I do is I collaborate with peace building organization and some local NGOs to educate the youth, to empower them to be nonviolent. One of my strategic collaboration is with the Center, West Africa Center for Peace Building Foundation. And each year we gather the youth and we educate them in various topics under peace building and climate resilient communities. So next. So this is one of my projects with the West Africa Foundation for Peace. So this is what we do. This is my presentation with the youth in trying to build a climate resilient community and also get them to understand that they have to live peacefully with the environment. They should not destroy the environment. These are things that will keep us for generations to come. And next, another collaboration is with, okay, this is one of our photos with the trainings. Next. So I have another collaboration with Dell's Foundation and with schools. So I conduct peace building projects in schools. As I said, I am a Rotary Peace Fellow and I'm empowered with the Positive Peace Framework. And that is what I use in schools to train the younger generations. Because I believe that we need to catch them young. We need to build the skills. We need to let them know that conflict is not good. We need to let them know that they should be nonviolent. They should tolerate each other and work together. So these projects brings them together, try to bond them and give them various exercises that bring peaceful coexistence. So this is one of the positive peace framework that I undertook with school students in one of the schools in Ghana. So I brought them together. to let them understand the positive peace framework. And this is a framework that builds, has pillars, and these pillars are to unite and are to let them know their rights and let them know that they have to work together as students. Next. So that's still the same, yeah. Yes, so I do this in so many schools. So this is one of the primary schools. This is a junior high school, and then the other one is a senior high school. So I try to bring them together to let them understand peace projects, skills building, and then being strategic to be tolerant of each other. Yes, so as I said, I'm a Rotary Peace Fellow. So I also support the Rotary Peace Foundation as a positive peace activator. This is one of the sessions that I always support every year at Rotary conferences. And these are the Peace Fellows, these are my colleagues, and I know that peace building is critical for nations, and Peace Fellows contribute significantly to reduce conflicts in the world. This one is, I am a positive peace activator as well. So we have an association that comes together to work on peace. Lastly, this is one of the invitations by Rotary International. This is Singapore that we presented as a Peace Fellow from Africa. This was my presentation at the Congress, and then talking about sustainable peace and what Rotary Peace can build in the nation. Yeah, these are my colleagues, positive peace activators. We are a community of practice, let me put it this way. And then we work together in we are from different countries, and we collaborate to work on peace projects. So I am thinking that the impact of peace is about what? Building social cohesion, it's about preventing conflict, it's about promoting justice and peace. And this is how youth can be empowered as young as they are to take up peace building projects in the future. Yeah, so the way forward, I say that the world needs healing, particularly now that as we heard earlier on, international law, we are losing it. And this is the time we all need the world to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara, for your inspiring presentation. And I'd like to invite Ana Paula Lopez Garcia from Mexico.
Imagine a country where the school you attend defines your worth before you even graduate. In Mexico, inequality is not just a statistic, it is a wall. Next one, please. A wall that prevents nearly 90% of young people from reaching their full potential. The zip code where you're born often is a stronger predictor of your future than your intelligence, your effort, or your dreams. We are facing a systematic failure where talent is universal, but opportunity remains restricted. My name is Ana Paula Lopez Garcia, and as a software engineer student, I was trained to understand systems. Yet, I chose to question them. Because when a system repeatedly excludes, it is not broken by accident. It was designed that way. In peace, I've learned is not the absence of conflict, but the decision to redesign what no longer serves humanity. For more than a decade, my life has been guided by service. I began with the World Association of Girl Guides and Girl Scouts, accompanying over 150 girls as they discovered their voice, their leadership, and their worth. There, I understood that empowerment must go beyond motivation. It must create lasting access. Our mission is to transform these girls into conscious global citizens, leaders who don't just occupy space, but intentionally shape it. Through a non-formal education method based on playing while learning in the patrol system, this approach allows them to become conscious global citizens who understand both their rights and their responsibilities. That realization led me to integrate engineering because building a robot requires the same principles as building peace. collaboration, logic, creativity, and the courage to repair what has been neglected. By integrating STEM into a community development, we transform technology from a barrier into a bridge for equality. This led me to become a member of Fortes, a student-led organization dedicated to developing leadership soft skills. Our goal within this student group is to empower our peers to improve both our local and academic communities throughout the proactive service. Next one, please. Next one. Together with Fortes, we co-created a leadership school where students from public and private high schools, two worlds that rarely coexist in my country, could finally learn side by side. In those classrooms, labels faded and a shared purpose took its place. Next one. Young people who once believed opportunity was reserved for others began to see themselves as capable, equal, and necessary. We realized that the gap between us and them is a social construct that can be dismantled through empathy and shared action. Next one, please. These young people are not just students. They are the architects of change. They left feeling capable of challenging the status, knowing that their leadership is the most powerful tool they own. They didn't just find a seat at the table. They realized they have the power to build a new one. Next one, please. However, leadership must be tangible to be effective. It must have a heartbeat. Throughout Techo, an organization that leads young volunteers to reduce extreme poverty in Latin America, we took community-based engineering directly to the field, working in the rural community of Real de Conin in Querétaro. As a multidisciplinary team involving engineering students, we focused on the efficient use of resources to build sanctuaries of dignity for families forgotten by the system. This commitment was tested again when Hurricane Otis devastated Acapulco. Through Grupo Impacto, Engineers for Social Action, we didn't just aid, we engineer practical, human-centered solutions. We spent days in the workshop designing, cutting, and sanding wooden tables and chairs for those who had lost every single piece of furniture. When you lose everything, a table is not just a piece of wood. It is the place where a family gathers to rebuild their life. It is the restoration of normality. In those moments of crisis, I learned that engineering is not just about complex equations. It is humanity in motion. Next one, please. Next one. Our true metric of success has never been an award or a technical achievement. It is found in the words of a public school student who told us, "This is the first time I didn't feel less than someone from a private school." This reminds me that our leadership is not about being the loudest voice, but about the humility to listen. We dream of a future where you do not wait for permission to create peace. They design it. Peace is not built by the powerful alone. Peace is built by students who choose empathy over indifference, and by communities that choose to rebuild instead of abandon. By building peace, one act of service at a time. When we teach people to believe in one voice, we create power. But when we teach people to believe in their own voice and respect the others, we create peace. Thank you.
Thanks, Ana Paula, for presenting your speech. And I'm happy to invite our last presenter, Anna Kovalenko from Ukraine.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Kovalenko, and I am honored to be here presenting Remedy Ukraine. We all know that war destroys cities, bodies, and futures. But today I want to talk with you what happens after the explosion fades. Because for millions of Ukrainians, war doesn't end. Remedy Ukraine is a volunteer-run, non-profit organization funded exclusively by our Western partners, not Ukrainian stand funds. And that matters because it allows the government to focus on ending the war, while we focus on people who are trying to survive it. And we know that to rebuild a country, you must invest in its future. So we connect students who suffer due to war with mentors who support them. We provide scholarship that is 100 euro per month, and we host retreat camps where students have financial literacy lectures, they have S therapy classes, and they have kayaking. Those are moments where they can feel young again. Since 2023, we have supported 83 students. This is 83 futures that we refuse to let the war steal. Next one, please. So let me tell you about one of the students that has joined our program in 2023. It's Victoria. Victoria joined the program just months after her father died due to war. She was quiet, heartbroken, and she was holding, but nothing was willpower. She couldn't even answer what was her name in English. We meet our students every 3 months, and slowly we watch her change. She started smiling, she fell in love, she married a nice guy, and for a moment, life felt bright again. But war doesn't let you rest. Her husband was deployed. He went to protect his country and his family. He came back alive, but with only one leg. And this is the reality our students live in. They are trying to build careers while carrying grief, fear, and uncertainty. They don't just need money, they need family. So Victoria spent her monthly scholarship on her English lessons. And when she came back this December on her last meeting, she spoke fluently. She told us that her mentor had been a lifeline for her. She told us something that I personally will never forget. She said that we do not meet each other a lot, but when we meet, when we sit around the table, it feels like family. And I know that in this family, I can share anything, good or bad, and everybody will be there to support me. So then, surrounded by her chosen family, she shared her joy. She was pregnant, a new life against all odds. So this is why we invest in students, because rebuilding a country starts with its future. Next one, please. But hope alone doesn't stop the bleeding. I am a third-year medical student, and I spent a lot of time in hospitals, so I can see the reality and the challenges they face firsthand. And let me tell you, Ukrainian hospitals are overwhelmed. Doctors are working non-stop. They are facing a lot of challenges. So we deliver what saves lives. We deliver ventilators, ultrasound machines, surgical tools and tables, medicines. Please, next one. And through our MediConnect program, international surgeons and specialists train Ukrainian doctors. They are building skills that will save lives for decades. In one hospital, this knowledge created an entire reconstructive surgery department. And when hospitals have the right tools, impossible becomes possible. And yet, there is a suffering most people will never see. More than 100,000 amputations. Young soldiers, civilians, somebody's parents. Many live with phantom limb pain, a pain in the limb that no longer exists. The pain is real, but often ignored. And many don't know that treatment exists because doctors weren't taught how to treat it. So we decided to launch Fight PLP. It's a national-wide effort to educate patients and clinicians, reduce stigma, and bring evidence-based treatment to people. Because sometimes understanding the pain is the first step to cure it. And sometimes education is the treatment. Next one, please. But we also respond when survival cannot wait. When Russians and its proxies attacks plunged hospitals into darkness at -20 degrees, we delivered generations and solar panels, keeping people alive through winter. So this is what Remedy Ukraine does. Next one, please. We support individuals severely affected by the Russian invasion. And today, we are not here just to present. We are here to partner, to collaborate. Your support can train a doctor who saves somebody's life. Your support can help a student who rebuilds a nation. Your support can help a hospital that gives somebody a second chance. And together, we don't just offer hope, we become it. Because war destroys, but we rebuild, one act of support at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, and all presenters for sharing your information and very meaningful work. Those projects clearly show us how young leaders create real impact at the community at global levels. So we truly appreciate your dedication and initiative, and I really hope that we will discuss them in details in breaks. Thank you so much. And now I'm more than happy to invite here Renata Pinchova, moderator of the next panel talk, which is called Youth as Peace Architects from Protest to Policy. Thank you.
We are starting in 3 minutes.
as a super connector rather than a trade union. So in my country, we don't fight against the system to be heard. We act through the system using the youth union as our representative. We have a mandatory annual dialogue that forces politicians to sit down with us, and we success by framing our request as solutions that help the nation achieve its modernization goals.
Based on your experience, can you share maybe in 2-3 sentences, how can young people balance activism with constructive engagement with institutions? Like, based on your experience with young people.
Based on my experience for young people to Kenya,
Like to balance activism with constructive engagements with institutions.
yes, and I mentioned regarding the activity of my country youth organization. It's a first question for a vision activity or project to be institutionalized into policy. We need to the following important factors. So the first one is an easy to apply mechanism or a clear direction for applications. So the secondly is reasonable cost. This is very, very important. So the third factors is already partially implemented and can be put into practical. And finally, is someone to watch for its feasibility. An expert is to best.
Okay, thank you for sharing. And now we move to Libya. Next to me is Sami Majid. So his work is focused, actually connected with youth-led action, civic engagement on institutional reforms. So what practical steps usually young people take to ensure that their grassroots advocacy leads to sustainable policy changes and they're actually approved by the institutions and the government?
Hello, everyone. My name is Sami Majid from Libya, and I'm a public health administrator and volunteer at Libyan Red Crescent. To be honest, you know, Libya, after fighting about get freedom from ISIS, you know, there is things you need to rethink about it. The first things is to rebuild everything after this war, and we start as from everyone. They start from his position, even if in position in this country or not. He start to improve everything by his experience and give the government his experience to rebuild everything in this way. And the youth is the basic for the government, so they should give their experience and learning how to build his country, or their country, to move from to move better than before. As I'm working in public health, so we start to improve our system by making new system to build the health sector. And to be honest, the general command of Libyan armed forces, they give us support to make everything move better better than before. And you know, everyone, you have to learning as much as he can, because you know you have to follow the world. Everything is changing. You have to improve yourself, and if you get any thing special, for example, you get training or you get skills or new skills, you have to distribute it in your community, because there's youth, you can't get this chance, and your responsibility to improve them or distribute this skills to make the youth is going up, and give him chance to learning something they can't get it.
Yes. Thanks for sharing. Based on your experience in health system administration and civic engagement, it's very important how we motivate young people to be engaged in a society after post-conflict. So thank you for sharing your views. Now we will move back to Aranza to hear her story, because she is involved in the field of freedom of speech and protest that shape public policy, especially in cases where rights are suppressed. So your question is like, how can young people protect their right to protest while they're pushing the government to adopt policies that respond to their demands?
All right, thank you for the question, and thank you for allowing me to express myself in this panel. So I think it has become very controversial to talk about protest as a justified means to achieve something, in this case, public policies. And that is mainly because some governments or authorities tend to suppress a protest by categorizing it as illegitimate, like a way of saying, this is not the way to demand something. That is why we have spaces. That is why we have town councils, town meetings, public audiences, etc. So while most of the protests can get messy, there's a lot of people involved in a protest, and as a collective, you won't be able to control each action that each person takes. So to maintain a protest legitimate, to maintain its purpose, or to just try for it to not be suppressed by authorities, we have to keep in mind that there's always going to be the need of an environment that is safety for everyone and that can be inclusive to everyone. So authorities like public forces try to suppress these protests under the excuse, mainly under the justification of trying to preserve the public order, or trying to respect the public spaces for other people to use it. And always, in any case, when any type of authority or police forces get involved in protesting activities, it has to be proportionate to the protest itself. Proportionate means that when they interfere, it has to be to try to make the environment be better, trying to make the environment feel safer for the people to put in action their right of freedom of speech and not to suppress it. We also must be very informed of our rights, both nationally and internationally, before taking any action in any kind of protest. Some of those rights involve, as I said, the freedom of speech, the use of public spaces, the right to pacific manifestation, etc. And yes, the compliance of those rights is essential to keep the right of law and to maintain a democratic state. However, as the protesters have rights, the people that are not involved in the protest have rights too. So for the effectiveness of a protest and for the effectiveness of the rights that protect the protest, we must be very aware also of the relationship that their rights have with other rights and other protected legal assets, like, for example, property, cultural heritage, monuments, etc. So we must be very aware and have a vast knowledge of those rights that grant and the rights that impose an obligation for protesters. So we may think that authorities try to suppress protests when they start to get violent or when they alter public order, but the news and history have shown us that in the majority of cases that is not correct. When it comes to talking about the legitimization of a protest, the main point of discussion is to talk about if the means of the protest are justified. For this, we must not forget that for a protest to emerge, it happens because all of the previous steps, like that I mentioned, like for example, the public audiences or the town meetings, have already been exhausted. All of those demands have already been made, and now it becomes an unattended issue, an unattended social issue from the state. So finally, for this question, it's very important to not lose the focus of the protest, because once people start to unify to achieve the same goals, those goals take the shape of demands, and those demands then can later be transformed into public policies.
You can answer this question very shortly, just in 2 sentences, because you manage this platform for hate speech and sharing information about human rights, democracy, and global issues. What do you think? Are actions, campaigns, and movements useful? Well, young people are trying to shape a real policy change and to get the support from the government. Very shortly.
Well, in a very digitalized era, I think that actually a lot of protest starts online. Most of protesters take advantage of social media to bring awareness of certain problems that may be out of reach for people that can help make a change or that can help make a difference. So I think that as youth, we need to start to bring this awareness and make the uncomfortable questions. So in this case, social media creates like this standing point for people to unify and for people to turn their voices into demands and later on into public policies.
Great. So now we move back, we go to United States, and here with us we have Madison, and she is active in the climate actions and this kind of initiatives and bridging the youth community with the policy engagement. So the question will be pretty similar for you two. What do you think, based on your experience, which kind of strategies are useful for young people to raise the awareness about climate changes and everything that's going on right now in all around the world, especially in your community?
Okay, thank you. One of the most effective strategies I've seen is helping young people translate the living realities of what their communities are going through and their nations are going through into a language that policymakers can understand and do work with. So one of a good examples that I can think of off the top of my head is from COP30 with the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. One of the youth organizers, Angelina, expressed publicly with emotion that the struggles that her community was facing regarding displacement, cultural loss, pollution of water, contamination of water as a result of oil. And not only did she use that very powerful story, she also combined it with a precise issue with the policy of what was missing. There's no mention of having to cut fossil fuels in the Paris Accord, only that you have to reduce emissions. And this is a result of plenty of lobbyists. There were, roughly 1,000 fossil fuel lobbyists at COP this past year, outnumbering any delegation from any country besides Brazil. And the way that we get through that is by pointing out the specific issues and bringing it in a story that can connect with people in a deeply personal way. And another strategy is building collaborative ecosystems, so not silos. Group Sustainable Ocean Alliance, they have a online platform. They use Mighty, an app, for youth activists to be able to access training modules for the High Seas Treaty. So not only can they bring education to their own communities about what it is,
but they can also get to the next step in their activism. And by collaborating and having a platform to communicate with older activists and people maybe who are diplomats and have more experience in the institutional space, you can get the access to these rooms and get the experience while also bringing, as a younger activist, the type of energy and pressure that is needed, as this is a very draining process and many people get burnt out. And when these efforts run parallel and they converge in a shared strategy, that's when we really see change. So for me, the most effective approach is building those bridges. So ensuring youth-led initiatives are met with support from older generations.
Yes, as you mentioned, this kind of climate diplomacy and active participation is very important to create these changes in the society, and actually they to be supported by the government. So very shortly, in a few sentences, if you can share based on your experience, how can young people gain skills regarding climate issues and to participate maybe in this kind of high level forums and to be able to contribute to the future for climate policy?
The humorous answer is to have no shame, to reach out even if you don't think you deserve an opportunity. Send those cold emails, look up opportunities online, apply even if you feel like you have no experience, because that is how you get the experience, by getting your foot in the door. And the one example of some training modules is the Ocean Project. They have a 4-week seminar based, it's like 1 day a week over the course of a month. And you get on Zoom with different modules. They go from social media, fundraising, communication, event outreach, to really help you set up your own grassroots campaign depending on where you are. And this is accessible as it is online. And you get a certification that you can put on your CV, which just helps younger activists kind of get their foot in the door. And youth build their credibility by learning the language of diplomacy without losing the clarity of their activism and why they got into it. So you have to remember what really lit that fire in you, what made you want to do it. And being able to bridge those worlds is the real skill. So when you can talk to another activist from another community and find common ground, then you can kind of turn your focus towards, I don't use the word enemy, but a common issue, and form a potential solution. And then at the same time, access and mentorship matter. Youth need pathways into rooms that, this is way more than a few sentences, I apologize. But one instance, for example, is the US pulled out of the Paris Accord. And this past year, there were a lot of young youth activists that lost their routes to COP, and a lot of youth activists from abroad that felt like they'd lost support, because these are big teams. It feels like a family when you get to these events, and you have an access to network funding, different research and data that you just don't have in smaller communities. I mean, my hometown is like a small town in North Carolina, and a lot of students are from like bigger cities, New York, Boston, Chicago, a lot of access to different opportunities. But to get these students from smaller areas, to get them on a global stage, is when you can really get some action behind it.
Yes, very good. Young people deserve to have the seat at the table, and that moment we can decide and share the opinions and actually to create some changes in our society. The last but not the least, we have Ayman, who is next to me, and he's also human rights and social activist who has been through this kind of movement and a lot of initiatives. So I would like to ask you, maybe could you share from your perspective regarding the protests and youth advocacy in Morocco and also in France that influence public policy and social changes?
Thank you, Renata. Bonjour tout le monde. Even if I'm a big advocate of Francophonie promotion and Francophonie values, I will speak in English today. So first and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Global Peace Chain and Mohammed, because if you know the story, I met Ahmed the first time in Georgia. I was a delegate like you, and then we meet together. And thank you, Mohammed, for trusting me and coming to Paris. And today I'm really honored and glad to see all those people, all those international delegates coming here to Paris. So thank you so much. So your presence reflects here a shared commitment to dialogue and peace. And as this discussion focused on youth, I have a friend who told to me, Ayman, you think that you will change the world by peace forum or something like that? I told him, it will be slow, for sure. No. So, but I firmly believe the opposite. We are the architect of tomorrow. So we will change the world, but perhaps not immediately. Perhaps not in the end of this session. But young people gathered here today will one day assume major responsibilities as ministers, diplomats, ambassadors, public decision makers, and possibly, if I hope in the States we'll have one or two next president. Do you think? Who's thinking? So this room stands with as a powerful illustration of that reality. So here in this room, we can see Indians alongside Pakistanis. We can see Ukrainian alongside Russian. So that's what we love. And that's why Paris is the city of peace and of love too. So, so this simple fact conveys an essential message. The future depends on our ability to engage the dialogue. As Mahatma Gandhi says, be the change that you want to see in the world. So too often tensions arise from a lack of understanding of others. Human experience, encounter, and exchange are often the first step toward mutual understanding between people. And this is precisely what we are building today, because we are here all together. So history will not remember what we say in this room today, but rather what we had the courage to build together once we left it, and once each of us returned to his country. So did I?
You answered my question, and it was very nice to to raise the atmosphere in the room. I feel everyone was hearing you very well and following what you said. So just to close this part with movements and everything, shortly in a few sentences, if you can share based on your experience, because you are in different countries, Morocco and France, how is here on the ground, which kind of strategies are good for young people to get motivated and to work for this kind of policy changes?
It's okay. So you mean to transform the civic initiative to a real decisions?
Based on your experience.
For me to transform the civic initiative into lasting change and inclusive governance, we must first and foremost dare. So dare to take a part in political life, not only by vote or without voting, but throughout concrete engagement, by engaging with local elected, for example, in your city. And with by proposing ideas, build initiatives, and above all by delivering tangible results. So when you are young or youth, we process an immense asset. You know which asset? Can someone tell me which asset we have as a youth, as young people? No. Energy. So we have the energy, but I think that we don't have the experience. So the energy to build, to unite, to cooperate. And it is precisely this energy that must be placed to serve the collective projects. So allow me to recall a story that many here know well, particularly our European friends. France and Germany confronted each other for a long time. They signed armistices only to wage war a few years later. And today, they stand as a two pillar of European Union. Can someone tell me why? Why today they are a pillar, they are friends? When we talk about the friendship between France and Germany today, it's one of the best friendship in the world. Someone, thank you, because you are German. And you are so, because they made the ESCEC, so the European Coal and Steel Community. So there was a fundamental choice to build peace, not on distrust, but on cooperation and economic interdependence. So in '52, with the creation of ECAC, so the European Coal, they pulled what had once been used to wage war and transformed into a tool of lasting peace. So it is in this, precisely in this spirit, what the CIMER project was launched. The CIMER is the Mediterranean Community of Renewable Energies, which I have honor of presiding today, actually. So the objective is simple and yet ambitious, to bring together the Mediterranean states around the renewable energies in order to cooperate, prevent escalation, and to restore fraternal, pragmatic, and sustainable dialogue among the Mediterranean people. So France was the first country to join this initiative officially, through a vote adopted in the French Parliament in unanimity. So since succeeding to the former MP, Mr. Mjid El Garab, who was who initiated this project and voted this law in French Assembly, my ambition has been clear: to expand this momentum to other Mediterranean countries like Italy, Spain, Algeria, Tunisia, etc., Libya too, but beginning with my own country, Morocco. So above all, to ensure that this project is driven by youth, and because climate change is not an abstract issue, it affects directly us, and it will affect our children's first and foremost. So yes, we must dare, my friends, dare to cooperate, dare to propose, and dare to build. This is how civic engagement becomes a lever for peace, inclusive governance, and sustainable transformation. If we do not dare, others will decide for us. Thank you so much.
Great conclusion, Ayman. I don't know what to add now. You actually closed the whole conversation that we did. Even it was the third panel, and I know maybe some of you are already tired, but I think this was the most important one, because these leaders next to me, I believe there will be important people in the future who will lead changes. So remember them, connect with them.
All of us, all of the
yes,
delegates.
yes, definitely. Because as you mentioned, the purpose why we are here is to cooperate, to exchange, to learn together. And so, yeah, the key is the communication and the cooperation, because this is the way how we understand each other, not just to listen, but to give our own contribution. So how we started, so from climate change, from climate actions, from the story from Madison that she shared from her perspective, the strategies that actually work in different local communities. So we learned which is good for one community doesn't mean that it will be good for your community. So we need to adapt what is actually the best for us and how it will work. Thanks to the girls there that we heard interesting stories for their involvement and their activism. And I hope this was very, very useful for all of you, that inspired you maybe to start some initiative in your local communities to inspire your friends or maybe your people in your schools, workplaces, whatever, so you can maybe start something together that can grow on a bigger level, on international, connect with all of us, and don't be afraid. Just take the first step and have the courage. Thank you so much to all of you. And yeah, I wish you great success in the future. And definitely we will follow you and we will be curious to know more about your successful paths. Here
Thank
we are
you.
closing that third panel. You can still sit, yes. No, you can leave, but our public can sit. So just to keep the eye on you, not to not to run away out of the room because we were close just in a bit. At the end, is with them or like no? Okay. Oh, thank you. Stay here or no? As you prefer. So now I have the honor to introduce you one of the most important people who is organizing this, who is dealing. Okay. Do we hear? Okay. I know that you're tired. We are closing in a few minutes. I want today to introduce you one of the most important people who is organizing all of this, who gathered all of us together to meet and exchange our experiences. So, ladies and gentlemen, next to me is Mr. Osman Amjad, who is the director of the organization Global Peace Chain. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Renata. I would like to add the closing remarks. Honorable Speaker, distinguished guests, and my young friends across the globe. As we reach to the close of the meaningful day at UNESCO headquarters, I want to begin with one simple word: thank you. Today was not merely a series of panels or presentation. It was a space for listening, learning, and understanding. From high-level diplomatic discussions to youth-led discussions and impactful social presentations, we have witnessed that happens when voices from diverse nations come together with respect, openness, and purpose. We discussed the urgent need to rebuild the trust in a fragmented world. We explored how youth can play a vital role in driving sustainable development and dialogue. We heard inspiring stories from young leaders who are actually taking the real actions, not the theory, but in practice, to promote peace, dignity, and humanity. This is what exactly Global Peace Chain stands for. Peace is not created in the conference room. Peace is built through conversations like the ones we share today. Honest, sometimes challenging, but always necessary. And this brings me to an important truth about the peace. If there is to be peace in the world, there must be peace in the nations. If there is to be peace in the nations, there must be peace in the cities. If there is to be peace in the cities, there must be peace between neighbors. And if there is to be peace between neighbors, there must be peace at home. And if there is to be peace at home, there must be peace first in your own heart. What made today truly remarkable was not just the presence of distinguished diplomats and experts, but the confidence, clarity, and courage of our young delegates. You did not come here just to listen. You came here to contribute. You actually did, with responsibility, insight, and vision. To our speakers, moderators, partners, and entire organizing team, thank you for your leadership, time, and commitment. To our collaboration partners, especially Expression Defense, thank you so much for your trust and support in making this summit possible. As the close of the day one, I would like to close with an important message. Peace is not built in a single day, but peace begins with days like today. On behalf of Global Peace Chain, I thank each of everyone for your presence, your voice, and your commitment. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay. Thank you very much. So here we will close today's session and our day, but of course we need to have a proof so that we were all of us here together. So please sit down, look at the camera, smile.
Radha, you come over there
Yeah,
and I'll go over there. Okay?
Okay. Just keep sitting. And then you will stand up, but I will tell you.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.